Oh, well, I've never turned off the music completely before. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Um, I went to the dentist today, so the dentist told me, "Hey, your gums are a little inflamed. You're gonna need to do some little work." I'm like, "Fuck, man." Every time I go to the dentist, they say that I'm just not good enough for them, and it feels like it's like worse than my parents. I swear to God. Anyways, welcome to the stream, guys. Today we're gonna play some TFT PB. I turned off the music because I was gonna play it, but then I realized something. Here, there's a problem. I can turn it back on real quick. The problem is this. So we might have to wait a couple minutes. Shouldn't be that long, honestly. I think it'll be okay. Did you tell the dentist your odontist service will be free? Nah, they drilled me anyways, man. Dude, I mean, the girl's really nice about it. I come in, and it's the same dentist who she's like, "Oh, my boyfriend plays games. You probably play the same games. He plays Rocket League," and I'm like, "Oh God, how do I tell her like just because I'm gonna?" I've been at 7K 1 minute for 25 minutes. Oh, that's unfortunate. He took me 10 minutes. Okay, we're gonna play Liza P, bro. I'm gonna go in. We're gonna Liza P until it lies a P until know. Alright, but music's off because Liza P got good ass music. Anyways, guys, for people that know, I've been trying to beat Liza P. I'm currently on, it looks like a vampire boss, but I haven't beat the phase yet. So yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Leveling WoW the past time, no, I'm good. When I got the backdoor to PB, bro, I have the backdoor. I just don't remember it in my account. The next TV show, it was today. I was just not a part of it. We had a special guest today, and I was watching them the whole time. Shit, where do I go? Wait, is this the right way? Am I stupid? This is the right way. This is the right way. All right, guys, I'm stuck in this boss, and I'm getting my shit slapped, but it's okay. Here, playing mayonnaise and gin is as good as it sounds. I think it's here, right? Here we go.
Big brother always looks out for me. I'm gonna smash you to pieces.
Fuck you. God. Fuck, man.
Alright, demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
No, man.
even if we just bakes to buy time. You're going down.
Okay. Okay. I killed one person. To another person.
Brother?
What the fuck happened?
Steady! Even if it's just temporary.
There's a fourth brother?
I've got you.
Oh, fuck me, man. Is that the phase 2? Ribiaso, welcome back for 19 months. Thanks for subbing. Wait, can I say who's in our shoot? Does it even matter? I mean, it probably doesn't matter, right? Hold on. Not do that. Yeah, we had someone fly in for our shoot today. They're crazy because they flew in and they're flying out. Ow! But it's still the house, so like I'm only gonna stream for a little bit, guys, and I gotta go. It looks like I'm neglecting you guys, but I promise I am not.
To watch this guy break apart?
Oh. Please, man.
Demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
Oh my god, block that. Is there something in that hole over there?
This is for my brother.
The brother's fucking gonna die.
Finally! Big Brother's gonna compliment me! You're mine now!
2 hammers is held. Oh, my bad, my bad. Here we go. Well, let me double check to make sure I have the right amulets on. Weight limit, damage inflicted on humans. Yeah, no, I got it all. Under 60%. It's all good. This run isn't that bad. I just want to get to phase 2. Cleanly into phase 2.
This is for my brother.
Hold on, hold on. I have a question. What is here? Did I see something? Oh, I did not see that. Oh, I was literally spooked. Last time you get 12 hours to set 10, I lied. Wow, I got interrupted there. No fucking way.
Big brother always looked out for me. I'm gonna smash you to pieces.
Please,
Who
please.
wants to watch this guy break a...
I'll kill you, just like Big Brother wanted.
No fucking way, man. Fuck. The Scarra plushie? Yeah, they've been Scarra plushies for a while. They're cute. Oh my god.
Even if we're just bait to buy time, you're going down. Maybe when we couldn't save our brother, that's when our fate.
That stupid puppet. Beat us.
Brother?
No, man.
It's steady! Even if it's just temporary, brother, you are with us!
My fuck. What the
Finally,
fuck?
I've got you!
Oh, no. That's the fight. Seems okay. But it looks like I need to kill the last 2 kind of at the same life, so I don't deal with having multiple ads with the boss. His weapon stays broken if you break in the previous fight. Wait, really? Like from the fight way long ago? That's That's crazy attention to detail. Guys, am I close? It says it was 6 minutes, 12 minutes ago.
All right, demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
My fucking god. Doesn't even look like a hit. This guy's actually fucking cheating, by the way.
This is for my brother. I'm gonna rip your heart out.
What? Oh! Wow, I got combo. Oh, I'm still getting combo. Wow.
Demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
Ah, dodge all of them. Nice. No. Or did I kill these guys already? Wait, last time I fought these guys, were there. It was the same thing, right? But now they've come back. Figure out your PvE info, yes. Oh, I only killed their big brother. Oh, you're right, because the rest of them ran away. My PvE count is. Oh, I remember it. Wait. I just remember the person. Wait. He's not showing up anymore. Wait, what? How? Hold up a sec. He blocked me. Maybe. Wait. He updated his username? Oh, fuck me, man. I don't know what it is. Well, I have to wait. It's okay. You know, honestly, creators shouldn't get handouts. You know? I'm not going to abuse my clouts to get access to the PvE fast. I will be like everyone else. Alone with my thoughts and waiting.
All right, demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
But how did he even hit me?
This is for my my brother. I'm gonna rip your heart out.
Big brother's
God.
gonna compliment me. You're mine now.
Fuck. This okay. I think this is the boss that Ray said would take me infinite lives if I kept my health at 8. Oh, this boss is. I think it's easily doable. That's the thing. But I'm wondering. Oh, it's just the sword, man. I just suck at doing this. The problem with that, with the sword, is it doesn't work on the girl with the daggers, because the way she approaches you, she hops back when she gets parried, which is really fucking weird, by the way. Yeah, this weapon is not great for this boss fight. It's okay. This boss makes you give up your no spirit run. Is spirit health? I kind of want to switch to booster glaive for this fight because I think it's better. This is definitely a weird fight too.
Demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart? This is for my brother. I'm gonna rip your heart out. When we couldn't save our brother, that's when my fate was sealed.
No.
And a weapon for the other.
I felt pretty good there, and then I did not feel pretty good. I've been following leaks in season 2, so remember the days cool to see Star Still Gaming? Oh yeah, I've been around here. I'm a dinosaur, man. I've withstood the fall and the rise and fall of the Roman Empire.
All right, demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
Dude, my fucking timing with this. This run looks so dead, by the way.
I'll kill you, just like Big Brother wanted.
That means I'm old? No, everyone in my chat, they're young. They're young and hip. I'm the only old one. Wait. Wait. Tell me I can just keep him next to the wall.
Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
What the fuck? That comboed.
This is for my brother. I'm gonna rip your heart out.
Okay.
Trained harder.
Okay.
Or brought better gear.
Oh, I can't dodge it. I can't dodge it. No. Wait, that looked pretty okay though. Like if I could just isolate him, then it's feeling okay. Because if I can kill the other brother, I get so many hits on that guy, right? I wonder if I can, man. It's quite like these suck.
Demonstration time.
Actually,
Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
I hate my life.
This is for my brother. I'm gonna rip your heart out.
I couldn't do it. Oh, I'm so fucking bad.
Should I have trained harder? Or brought better gear?
Should I break his neck or his arms first? I'm taking requests.
Oh my god, I keep carrying it the wrong.
Finally, Big Bob is gonna compliment me.
Even if we're just bait
Fuck.
to buy time. You're
Oh, it's okay. This is so okay. It was fine. Are we in queue? We are currently. Oh, we're in. What the fuck? It didn't even pop up. Wait a second. Wait a second. Are we out? We out. Is Piltover worse than TFT, bro? Piltover? That doesn't exist anymore. Welcome to Heartsteel. Wait, are there no more augment plus ones at all? That is so interesting. No tome, no plus ones? Interesting. So mainly with the sound settings can be done? What do you mean? I'm confused. All right, cam goes back up. Cam goes back up. We're good. We good. We good. We good. What did we get? Oh, earlier headline. Okay. Oh, what's that? 2 punks? A punk. I've never done punk before.
Cool out, Squirt.
It's just a reroll comp? Oh. Wait, where's my emo? I'm not a hold the emo. I already played Heartsteel. Like, I kind of want to hold Heartsteel though. Maybe if we get gold here? Yeah. Spellweaver Sentinel. Wait, isn't this kind of awesome? Spellweaver Sentinel, emo Sentinel. This, bro, I don't even know, man. I need to hold this. Wait, this sounds kind of interesting. I'm good. I keep thinking about it. I'm like, I'm good. I'm okay. I'm all right. What's Spellweaver? Spellweaver is it permanent AP per cast? Or is that just for combat? It must be just for combat. Plus, that doesn't make any sense. I should have leveled the one in. Whoops. Gonna set 5 Spellweaver. Okay. Lost one. I didn't level it to lose one on purpose. And now I go back and oh. This is a Hearthstone game?
Wait, hold up.
The fuck? Damn, I was gonna play something else, but I got oh. Okay. Yeah, wait. I could go. Is it possible to get KDA from here? Then you can make it the set. It's chosen from set 4, and each of them have a buff. That's my best way of explaining it. I don't want to level here because I want to lose for switching gears, right? It is 500? What? Hyper pop all the time. I mean, hyper pop is just a great splash. You, someone's fine. Dude, the Samiras are so good, actually. Is this a unit broken or what? Like, this affiliate unit? Why does he do so much damage? Partial to you, it just, you get hearts by killing enemies, and you gain stuff by losing combat.
Wait, hold up. We get paid for this.
So 225, welcome back for 2 months. Thanks for resubbing. He's really kind of 3-star Yasuo. I mean, any of the upgraded boards are better than that. The only problem with 3-star Yasuo is it gives you level 9 for free. I have a lot of KDA units. It's the only interesting part. Quite a lot of KDA units. I'm gonna hold some of these. Ooh, I pivot Spellweaver here. Wait a second. What a fucking pivot. He's fucking insane. Okay. So how do I get... Okay. Lulu, whatever? Are my next two? Interesting. Did I just slam Shiv here? How bad is Shiv, though? EDM Monster Jack. Is that legal? 300 every 2 seconds? Or every second? It doesn't even heal 300 every second. What? I'm watching it. That's a lie or what? Too healthy. Oh, is there like 2-cost Spellweavers? There's only 2. It's a 2-cost Sentinel, right? 2-cost Spellweaver, 2-cost Sentinel. I don't think it's worth it. Oh my god, this item? Holy fuck. I won? It increases my... Wait, does this work on multiple crown guards? Dude, do you see he's not healing? Dude, this is a lie. They nerfed this? Like what? Country Bruiser, Sentinel Superfan, Mosher KDA.
Let's dance above the human snores.
That's a blink bonus. You need true damage for that. Wait, what? Wait, I need true damage to activate my blink bonus? Wait, really?
Get him off my.
Wait. I don't understand. Is that from the true damage? Oh. Oh. Oh, it's not from I'm fucking stupid.
Come on, you. Let's dance. My fans are the reason I sing. My fans are the reason I sing.
Wait, I still don't have a fucking true damage. What the fuck, man?
Get him off my floor.
Do I want to just change this off here? I should probably save it. The augment is probably only good if you have 2 or more. Guardian Thresh. Is that good? I mean, it's a fucking 4 cost. I actually don't think it's as good as Echo. I'm probably a 3-star Echo here, right?
Let's get this party started.
Well, sometimes I feel like, is this unit just crazy? Is this unit just giga overtuned or what? Yeah, it feels like a super strong unit. There's that. Oh, I didn't even notice. Damn, the blink bonus is so broken. But you just need one. You just need one blink. Okay. Good to know. Okay, we're definitely slamming it. I'm pretty sure I can't even use the rest of these items if I don't slam this. Wait, but 100 a second is still crazy. You only need to add 1 unit, and the units are all like fine. Like who's killing this unit, you know? It's just because like I'll go 8 and roll. It's just fucking 7 Spellweaver Echo or something like that. Oh. He gave you a magnetic remove, that's nice. Heart Steel Cane. What if I pivot? Holy fuck. Okay. Boy, I have a heart still in my shop. What am I missing for 7? Missing Ezreal. Oh, I missed Ezreal. Shit. Bro, can I just take him without the stupid thing, man? Wait, I just realized. This is not good. This may not be good. Crown Guard is probably OP, right? Bruiser, Crown Guard is probably Giga OP. Bro, I got another freaking cane. Oh my god, that cane did so much damage. Is he Ross or is he? No, he's wait, is he Ross? He's Ross. Okay. 3 Edgelord. Bro, I don't even know if I can get Edgelord in while still maintaining okay. Okay. 7 heart steel. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I also have this. So when this pops, I'm gonna have the fattest fucking. I'm gonna get like 6 radiant items on Kane. Maybe triple radiant crown guard. It's gonna be crazy. Wow, this shit sucks ass. He shot backwards. What? Excuse me? He fucking shot backwards. Okay. Where's this like K? Oh no, it's BISK. Trust. Biscayne, by the way. They look too bad. Yeah, no shit. It's because these give me fucking how much? They give me 50%. 35 times 1.5. Fuck, how much is it? It's 17.5. Maybe about 52 each. Wait, I pivoted like 3 times this game. I felt pretty good about it. Wait a second. Telling me I could pivot? That doesn't seem legal. Problem is edgelord is so bad. I think you kind of need it for running tail carry, right? Yeah. Uh, 2-player combats till rewards. If I lose, I gain 30 hearts. Holy fuck! I think I'm gonna lose this one too. Wait, I have two combats from cashing out, and I'm 2 combats from cashing out my heart steal. Holy fuck. Are you guys ready for this? Not a bad loss, not a bad loss, not a bad loss. Please. Pretty good loss, pretty good loss. So I killed a couple, I got 30. Now it's an estimated 70 gold. 70 gold. Holy fuck. ADA. No. Fuck it. Fuck it, another crown guard. How bad could it be? Can't be that bad. cannot be that bad, guys. Like, actually. What's the cash out? 70 gold. Come on, Kane. Doesn't even fucking matter, man. Fuck this. I'm not, this will not, does not matter. I have a 85 gold cash out. Okay, what does 85 gold get me in 2023? 1, 2. Radiant Ionic Spark. Radiant Rage Blade. Doesn't this shit suck ass?
We are not one soul. We are many.
Wait, did I get the most underwhelming thing of all time? I don't fucking know. This.
Wait for the drop.
Sure, we forged both of these. Let's reforge this. Bro, what the fuck are these items, man? Sure, why not? Sure, reforge these, I'm pretty sure. This never goes in. I'm fucking dizzy. Hold on, hold on. I fucked up my reforge. I actually fucked up my reforge. Hold on. What does this get in? Yep. Like this. Is this EP? Fuck this. Fuck this. Ignore this. These will make sense later. Guess I'm putting this on here. Okay. I need Ezreal 2 and I'm good to go. I guess they can't get pentakill in, but I have so many. Oh, did I not get Hullbreaker because of this? Oh, it counts every ally. Fuck. Okay, I need to move this. I have so many items. Like, I have just a Jesus amount of items. Emo. Fuck it, another crown guard. Fuck it. I'm literally getting highest value crown guard ever. What did I even get? Oh, I got a fawn. I got a fawn. I got a fawn. Yeah, man. No, that's great. What do I even? Sure. Oh, I got 2 fonts. Wait, hold on. I need to put the zigs in there. My bad. Didn't realize I got 2 of them. Oh, yeah, 1 font at level. Sorry. Dude, look at this cave. Holy shit. Let's put in. Fuck it, I'll just put this. Fuck it, I'll just put in this. Sure. Can I put this in? Not without getting rid of. Sure. Okay, like, how tapped am I this game? Like, what the fuck is going on? I have 2 fonts. I'm level 10. I have 12 million items. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crown guards. Wait, I lost. This guy's kind of strong. What the fuck? Wait. Lucian over Ziggs? What does Lucian even do? Jazz? I mean, it's probably Lucian, right? Because it hits my whole team. Wow. What a crazy game. Actually, kind of cool. Like I pivoted a couple times. I ended up building like 12 crown guards. I got an early cane. I ended up with egg. I then we pivoted back to Heartsteel and just sat on it. Sure. Dr. C-Man, welcome back for 3 years. Thanks for the resub. Sunchip 25, welcome back for 2 months. And G Thunder 11, welcome back for 33. I'm gonna play some ads. With the music, it's good. It's really good. EDM Lux. Oh, I think Lux looked really good, but like I just kept pivoting. Yeah, set 10 champ. You already know. I'm fucking owning. Wait, I don't understand the EDM trade. I saw Raditz have like EDM Zax that fucking flew around. I don't really understand how that happened. But when I was playing Lux with 4 Dazzlers, she was topping damage before I got my Ziggs. It was kind of crazy. First augment gold. Spunk 4 emo Poppy Punk is nasty. Every EDM gets the ability to choose. Oh, interesting. Reroll Annie Headliner. The fuck is, dude? I've played like 3 games total. Oh, multi-talented is kind of like, what is the most interesting multi-talented unit? I don't even know. I want to say it's like it's Bard, I think. I just stick with Bard the whole game.
No cure for fools.
8-bit. Wait, is 8-bit cool? Do I have an 8-bit here? I do not. 8-bit kind of sounds awesome though.
Let's get to the fun.
Tentacle Bruiser. I've done true damage already. I'm really not interested in these units. I'm just sell for these 2. Fuck, do I do that again? Wait, my reroll is 1 gold? Wait, isn't that... He works in PvE round? Isn't that crazy?
Let's get to the fun part. You are
I can do something better. I can do something different. Pumping. Ooh. Heroic Peasants is back? Oh my. Oh my god, fucking tank? Positive's always this. I need to know the good guardians. I don't know the good guardians. That was so good. Wait. I just sold my KDA. Fuck. It's fine. P50 held at 1% on the air for 5 minutes of health. Oh, interesting. But how much is that total? He's pretty good for one of those. Is it actually a Moo carry? Wait a second. It is, isn't it? Wait, let me think. You're not, I'm coming. I wonder if Punk is you just roll once every round. You just put Punk in and you just roll at stage 2. That seems super good. Like one roll is 1 gold. That is insane. Revive was freaking fire. Oh, okay, that sounds broken. Yeah. Oh wait, give me this. Give me this. Give me this. No. Ever Arcane Season 2? Sure. Yes, but who cares? Like it's not out anytime soon, so it's like I don't want to over invest in something that is really far away, if that makes sense. I mean, I want to play 6 Guardian, right? These are bare maxes. Okay. Punk is after Punk fights a combat, your first has 1 gold gets 3% bonus instead. Wait, what's 3% bonus? Oh, like AD bonus. Oh, and wait, don't your Punk units become crazy? Is it infinite scaling? I don't know. Damn, I was losing all my fights, and then oh yes. The Guardian. Which of these are the best to have a Guardian for? I don't even know. Oh, maybe it's country. Is country Guardian a thing? That does not sound like a thing. It's probably country Spellweavers, right? Or Guardian Spellweavers? Do you just take the Amumu? Or it's an Emo? Oh, it's Emo. Emo is so interesting. Wait, is it Pug Buzz? My one wants to rally. I don't care. I mean, I'm not staying Punk. So. I still want to do it. Just because it's like a free roll for 1 gold kind of deal. I think starting next round I'm gonna do it. Got this, right? Maybe. Oh, it's not like Guardian. Whoops. My biggest problem is, what do I freaking do with these swords, man? These swords are really awkward. I'm definitely playing 6 Guardian, and which means I play 5 Guardian because I'm playing 6. Does that make sense? Because my thing is always gonna have +1. Could do emote spell weavers, but then my items are so giga bad. Might want to just play the country, honestly. Emo, Monster, Poppy. What if it's just emo? It's not Guardian. Well, there is a fucking Guardian though. What does this Guardian do? Can I just do country? I'm probably just gonna do country for fun. I'm gonna sell some of this garbage. But then what does this unit do? Oh, that plays pretty good then. I mean, okay, if we're doing country, how many country units are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I would need a country +1. Okay, that seems kind of hard. Here was crit. Doesn't their thing give her crit? Did I read it wrong? I might have read it wrong, honestly. This gives me a Mosher 2. Okay, play some rear carry, right? Alright, I'm into country. Probably gonna look for a chosen Gresh. Four Guardians, 5 country. And I need, what do I need? I need two execution. Well, I probably just play Arthas or Kali. Okay, Arthas or Kali. Interesting. All right. Is it even worth leveling this? I mean, the thing's based on star level, right? Man, Punk is actually OP. Like, actually, 1 gold rerolls every round is just fucking crazy. What? I don't know which of these is the best one. Okay, not this one. Three. I don't know if I like country. Just put all of these up here. Five country, 4 guardian. Let's go. How good is this unit? Grants allies 20% attack speed. I mean, that's pretty good. I'll be honest, country doesn't make any sense with guardian. Like, not at fucking all, because this is like trying to make your front line reflect damage, and it doesn't fucking work when half of your front line isn't. It's fine, whatever, man. Wow, what the fuck is this? Wait, I kind of like this.
Beyond the eyes, no time.
What's the range? 2-2. Give your best unit a GA, but the best thing is when he comes up, he also reflects some more, right? If he shields. Wait, I've seen this comp before. Hold up a sec. I mean, I'm slowly just re-rolling with Pumpkin until I get to level 8, right? I mean, do I roll at 7 though? Maybe I roll at 7. Can I get a? Oh, I can't get a thing at 7 though. A headliner? I think because I have so many cats, I'm okay to roll at. And I'm gonna drop this, right? Oh damn, dropping this sounds bad. His bruiser's actually pretty good. Okay, the damage is weak for sure. Does this do a lot? I still cannot tell. I mean, I won, but it's like, did I win because of that, or did I win because my front line's insane right now? I do not know. Oh. Dude, the problem is I'm win streaking every game, and I cannot get a single fucking spat, like carousel. So it's like, it's a kind of a first world problem, honestly. That's great. That's really good. I heard Samira. I mean, if I level, what do I even play? If I level, I play an Executioner. That makes sense. Karthus. This makes me want to play Punk the entire game. I heard Hurricane on Samira looks really broken right now because it works on her thing. Wow, KDA reroll? Evelyn reroll? Okay, interesting. So this. Let's give me emo executioner. Next is emo. Oh, interesting. Wait, this Nico thing is so good. Wait, what? Wait, it's so much better than this. Unless you're stacking it. Thomas is just super fan. And I don't really, like, I can't really run any of them. Wait, did I win this? No way. This looks so doomed for me from the beginning. What on earth? I mean, fuck, man. Do I just go 8? Sell this, go 8? Pretty sure I do. Probably should have waited 1 round because I would have got a free roll. I fucking got it. I just need an executioner. Should I really just Titans my fucking carry here? Is that really what I want to do? I lose one country and I play Vex probably. See, I don't fucking know what I play. Seems okay. Something is wrong. Is this guy even good without... Does he even do damage, man? He getting the mosher. A mosher for this unit? Alright, real talk. Why does the damage look kind of good? Like, what is my thresh thing? Reduce mana by 20. Interesting. Okay. So now I need this to be Poppy, I think, or like any kind of mosher. I think I'm gonna get any Samira this game though, by the way. Kind of bad. Let's wait. Pretty sure I'm just gonna go for Thresh 3 here as my win con with Nico. Yeah, cat. Yeah. I mean, once I find something better. Ow, Nico exploded there. Holy moly. Most important thing I think is Samira item. Okay, does this Thresh look broken to anyone else, or is it just me? This Encore thing is making it look real nice. Okay, wait. Is there one? Is that country? That's Mosher. Okay, well, I can do Mosher. What does Mosher do again? I mean, I can do Mosher. What is this one? Oh, it's country. Wait, I literally didn't even know this. Holy shit. Okay. What do I put it on? Probably a 2-star frontline. Let's put on this one. Wait, so I get an Infernal Invocation Dreadsteed. The fuck does that even mean? Yeah, the icon did not look like what I thought country looked like. It's emo country? What a weird genre, man. Wait, how big is it? How big is it? Wait, this guy's reroll 100 streaking. Okay. How did this guy get to my backline? What? That's kind of lame. I lost this. I can't believe I lost this. I don't think I should ever lose this. It's the position was really bad, I guess. My bad. Just roll down. There should be the last one to take it first. It doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't die before the... I mean, it's ideally first, right? But then in that situation, it just depends. The biggest problem isn't the thresh tanking first or last. The bigger problem is I can't lose my carry. Oh, he full healed there? Holy moly. There's still heals? Damage, there's how much spectral, I can't even fucking read, man. There's so much fucking text. What? Do you read that? Can I read my Hecarim? During this time, some of the spectral right every 0.5 seconds and deals 340 damage every 0.5 seconds. Okay. And then nearby enemies take 50% more damage, and the dresser heals the damage they dealt. Okay. It just sucks that this guy gets to go 9 for free because I mispositioned my unit. That is unfortunate. It's just another Deathblade, I think. Yes, Deathblade. You want crit on her? Your shield's ability to crit. Cool. So what crit item was there? Oh, none. Great. Awesome. Also, don't they just get crit from this so you don't want crits? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, well. Guarantee max ultimate, but I mean, like, okay, but I only had 2 options and neither of them were crit. Does it matter what the best optimal play was if I don't have any options? Wow, my crush does so much damage. My crush did 4K there. Okay, wow, I got this right before. Where's my Hecarim? $3,300 life. What the fuck did I get, man? Fuck. I wasn't sure what to get, but I should have gotten stuff of this. You know, it's okay. I'm gonna play left side so it comes down here. Which was nice. Oh, I mean, I have Sunfire. But it is fading pretty quick here, so it's fine. The spectral horse is it doing a lot? Wait, Urgot hit 5K. I can't. Okay, before I told someone I didn't think there was visual clarity problems with the set. I still agree with that statement. But I can't tell exactly how some of the units do damage. Like I don't know how Urgot does damage. Is it just like he's fucking autos them? The Hecarim damage is weird as well. Second these? I mean, yeah. I mean, by the way, I'm not rolling for. Okay, well does he win? Does he lose? Do I win? Do I lose? Oh, I guess I win. Samira, dude, the Hecarim did a lot of damage. If you're curious, the Nico 3 matters a lot because not only does it give your Hecarim more, but remember, Guardian skill off flat health, so the base health HP from Nico 3 is going to be huge for reflecting damage. Huge, I say, huge.
Careful, this path's a wallop.
Mrs. Samir there, fuck me. Dude, that was kind of close. Usually I hate Vex. I mean, there's no reason to. I have no items on the deck. Fucking useless. Yasuo's dead. This game's over. Gee. Okay. I mean, I didn't think it would work the way that it worked, but I got the country spat, which I think just ended up winning me the game. I'm still surprised. I don't know. I guess I don't know. This Yasuo comp still seems pretty good, but this guy also had Gargantuan Resolve, so it ended up being a lot better than normal. Vola Bearable, 1 month for 70 months. Tall Gnome, 1 month for 45. Oh, Kian, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry I miss you. Holy fuck. I was really focused on the game. I super apologize. Thank you so much for the raid. Insanity, welcome back for 75 months. Caesar, welcome back for 5 months. Their match history. I mean, it's a brand new account. Still play some ads. I'm going to Worlds. True. True and true. I think it's just because he had Gargantuan Resolve is what made his Yasuo so strong. Like usually it wouldn't be that good, but I think they got nerfed, right? Yasuo is still bugged. These skills faster. He's supposed to really, huh? Well, that's not good. Mm-mm. Oh, I want to try the other verticals though. I've been looking for. I want to try like Punk seemed interesting, but actually it looks like it falls off a lot. I think they knew that it was a lot of stats, so they nerfed Punk by a shitload, like so much actually. I think that the scaling on the units does not look that good. Unless you get a Punk spat, then it looks really interesting, like super interesting. Wow, there's a scuttle puddle? No shot. Okay. So you can go 20 gold level. Yo, does anyone know if there's a unit that can solo stage and the third stage? Let me think. Kench. What fucking frontline units are there? Like, I need to know. It's not. Is it Kench? Can Yasuo do it? Oh, I mean Scuttle Puddle. Never mind. I can just do it normally. But I need to know for the other stuff. Yeah, 20 gold Scuttle. Yeah, it's a 1 item opener. That's normal. It's just very rare. Bro, this girl takes forever to kill a unit. Guardian. I don't really want to do country again, so I'm tossing this. Is that Nico? Oh, it's a KDA.
That was hard. Make me hurt you.
Okay, I don't really know how this works. Am I supposed to keep them on the hex? Your team's getting max health if they're in a lighted hex. There are so many hexes on the board. What the fuck? Oh, I had the third. Oh no, I fucked up. Is this a reroll comp? No, right? It's just Wait, so they all have to be in a line? Is that how it works? I'm so fucking confused, man. Oh, anything. Oh, okay. What's up, Emily? Is KDA good? I've never seen anyone run KDA. Oh wait, hold on, I missed one. There's two super fan. Like, what's the third super fan? Wait, he has two super fans, and this is a guardian. So you just play Kennen? What the fuck? What's the other super fan? Is that Lulu? What is the picture of? What the fuck? The Twitch? Nar. What the fuck does Nar have? Mosher Pent. Oh, you can get. Oh, that's probably a better one. They fuck Guardian. Does he a KD or Kali do well? Yep, same. I have won. I think the MMR for this account's really low because I have won too many games. What's a brand new account? So I'm down to try some sort of KDA garbage. I just don't know. Country Cow Diver. I'm kind of down to try to play EDM. Someone said EDM Dazzler is really good, and then I saw Ray do EDM. That one guy, Zach, looked kind of crazy. This is low damage. Are you sure? We'll see. You roll Lux. God, there's more. Okay, what do I want? What do I want here? Does okay? What does Lux need? Definitely not. Oh, looks like a Shojin or the other one. You know what mana on Lux? Perfect. I mean, is it that bad for me to slam Guardbreaker here? Probably not. I'll just chill. Guardbreaker's probably pretty good. It's weird because I feel like you can't go backwards for 8-bit, right? 8-bit seems like you kind of need to be invested for the duration of the game. Spellweaver, Disco. I think you're supposed to hold on to this because this is really good. Like, there's something you just want to hold on to. Okay, on 5 Street. Now I'm just chilling. I saw people play Pentakill, like 5 Pentakill or something. Looked okay.
Let's get this party started.
Disco, yeah, that's my second game. It seemed really good once you get certain items, or once you get the Lulu. But before you get the Lulu, it kind of sucked. Also, I think PF Headliner kind of sucked.
I like it here. I just might stay.
5 KDA, guys. I'm owning.
Dance.
Hold on. I guess I can put this somewhere. Okay, is a Kali a melee champion? Can I slam Hodge on her and be happy? One range. I started to think Echo and Seraphine unit are not balanced. Too healthy, best friends. Oh, I want to toss all of these, see new stuff. Nothing new. God, I don't even know, man. Man, Zane Jin. I really go with 7 KDA. Let me look at 7 KDA between 6. Isn't 7 and 6? There's 7 and 5. There's no fucking difference, man. All right, what are Ari's BIS items? Anyone know? Because she used Shojin. Someone please tell me she could use Shojin. We buff +2. Yeah, we're probably gonna Shojin here. Maybe Spellweaver then. Is Cloud Diver good? I'll hold on to it, I guess. Maybe I can wait. Maybe it's actually a fucking QSS slam angle, man. Oh, this guy is Yasuo 3. If I went for blue buff though, it's such a bad weight. Like we're cat. Pretty sure there's a reason. Oh, there's a crowd over. Yeah, I should play low. I should indeed put it over. My bad. There's no more tears. Fuck me, man. Fuck me, man. Yo, 2G, welcome back to play. What's feeling like the visual clarity set is a little better? A little bit. It depends. I think there's still some skills that I'm not huge on, but let's see. I mean, can I just go EDM? How do I do this? Do I just hit every EDM unit? Plug this now. Is it for Dazzler? EDM? Holy moly. I get 2 gold. Oh, I have switching gears. I forgot. Oh shit. Huh, that's interesting. Dead carry EDM. Oh. That is fucking hilarious. I still know what items I want. I should probably sell this soon. What the fuck am I fucking doing? It's probably what does that even use? What is IE? I would give him plenty for sure. Don't understand why I'm gonna carry that much interest because this is the first time I'm playing the set. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Or chill. Boring. Fucking so boring, man. Oh. Okay. Holy fuck, I still know what the fuck to do. Fuck it, just raw AP, fuck it. Oh my god. I'm actually... This looks so crazy. I mean, I'm taking this regardless, right? Punk, emo, heart steel, pentakill. There's no way I can get that though. Gunblade matters infinite. Yeah, I mean that's not gonna happen. Okay. Exact same. I mean, I don't think I'm changing that though. I don't think I'm playing for Dazzle unless I hit the other thing. I think it hits some of these upgrades. Please. Maestro, Kickle, Vessel. Fuck, I want to just buy this, man. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Take this for Gunblade. Okay. I'm just gonna try to go for Lux 3. Gunblade, Lux 3, EDM selector, Lux every 6 seconds. This is such an interesting thing, man. This very interesting. All right. think I went Guardian here. Wait a second. Wait just 1 second. I don't want to hold on to this. I think that the other version is way better. If I can get to the unit correctly. Wow. Wow. The fuck? I don't think I want Guardian anymore. Looking at my board, I think the gas makes more sense. What health, most damage? It's still, I think that looks good in theory, but realistically, it's not that great. Like ideally, you'd want okay. Okay, does this own? Wait a sec, that did a lot of damage. Am I owning? Also, isn't it possible to restart a forecast now? It kind of feels that way. Did they change it something this patch? Like they changed something, right? Something that makes it like fucking impossible. Emo? Fuck. There's only 10 of each forecast? What the fuck, man? Or what's the axe speed? Okay, whatever. Like, is anyone playing a Zac? Any Zackers? Actually, there's one Zac. His last stand? Huh. Hermetic counts 1 and 2. Hermetic counts as 3. Oh. Oh, but I mean, if you mean a plus trade, it means +2. Wait, it's 1 extra, so 2. Wait, I'm confused. I mean, I'm going 9 here, right, for sure. And on my 9, I'm pretty sure the right thing to do is you sell well, I don't know about right thing to do. But I'm gonna put in this. I think originally it's this. Sell this for Ziggs. It's so good. I think Hyperpop is sick. Also, it sounds good. Hyperpop is probably one of my favorite. Whoa, this guy's KDA reroll with KDA spat. Yo, this guy must be owning, right? 7 Spellweaver, 5 KDA. Wait, that's more like Spellweavers than KDA. Huh. Why does it feel like I do more magic damage to this guy? Huh. Also, this guy has a lot of Aries. Holy shit. Okay. Wait, he has one more. He has Prismatic Ticket and its Scuttle. I'm gonna play against RE3 for sure this game. Okay, whatever, man. I'll let it do it. I don't care. Unless I find one that roll down. First hit, right? Level 9, 50 gold. Hologram. Your headliner champion's clone. You cannot equip items in the clone. Oh, interesting. Probably really good for EDM. Or it's stuff that require what's traits, but are not items. They're probably really bad for his comp, honestly. Can I get a... Oh, I have a 10% chance. I have to play for Laoe 3, right? That's my win con. No way I win, right? What the fuck? I beat RE3. Huh. That seems a little highly illegal. It's a little bit. Sounds are worse than slot. What? Okay, but like it's RE3, man. If you hit a 3 cost last set, you just auto win. Lux between hyper pops. Oh, for attack speed. When I just taking a Laoe here. And then, oh, what is this? Emo? I'm pretty sure the thing is I just hopefully find another Alawi and then fucking look for Alawi 3. I might win just for the positioning because this Zac is kind of hard to kill. Ah, beat him. That is great. I'm not gonna move. I'm pretty sure I lose. What does her headliner do, by the way, guys? Because that headliner gives him HP, like it's not super great. It's okay. Yeah, great. Great loss. Do you guys see how I flipped it perfectly and now I get 2 more gold? Wow, I'm fucking genius, man. I'm no fucking joke. All I'm doing is praying to fucking God so I can hit Alawi 3. I'm literally just hoping to God. I might sell my entire board here. I just need to hit 1 Alawi and then I hit the Alawi 10%er on oh my fucking God. Wait, I no, I'm still missing 1 more, which sucks. Well, I couldn't do it. Ideally, you want to hit the last Alawi, or like the 6th Alawi, and then hit the 3 cost. That way, you could just sell your thing, you know. But like, it's not always possible. MC Cruiser went back for 20 months. Herschel Hatfield went back for 24 months. Thanks for subbing. Use the animals last for max roll time. True. I'll play some ads. Dude, it's so hard to hit 4 cost, 5 cost, man. Holy fuck. love EDM. I'm curious about the Zach EDM. Look at Boba Sprite. Boba Sprite is a special. It's for a release of another region, I think, but it's coming out to the west later in the year. So don't like. I don't think we can get it right now. Yeah, we can't get it right now, but you can get it like a couple months from now. It's actually a really nice skit. Really nice one. Oh, you get it on PBE? Oh, interesting. Ooh, is that Edgelord? Wait, I don't. Oh, it's more like a pentakill. Punk. Bro, is Punk broken? I have this weird feeling that I feel like Punk is just. Wait, wait, it's Big Shot. Wait, what the fuck is? Okay, well, what if we just do? If we just do this. You Punk? Is this a bruiser? Does Punk have a bruiser? No, just. Holy fuck! It's a Mosher. Wait, is Mosher good? I feel like we have to hold some other stuff. Does this work? Do you re-roll twice in one round? Oh, it's only just your first shot. Oh, okay, never mind. I got a little too excited there.
Here comes the punchline.
Please, one. I did not get one. Fuck. I'm waiting for something interesting. That's not. Do I just roll here? What do I do? Oh. What if I play Pentakill? I just come in onto it. And I play Karthus uses Shojin, right? And then what's the other carrier Pentakill? What the fuck is that other unit? Is that Diego? Guys, I've gotten 1 gold total. Not this. Not this. Probably should the Twitches actually. What is this? Oh, wait, that's a great one. Okay. Because they're back, yeah. And they fixed Chosen by making this is so smart of them. The on stage where you can't get certain Chosen, your Chosen percentage is not based on your actual roll percentage. They made it lower so that you can't get like really OP Chosen too early. It's really, really fucking smart. Because that was the biggest problem with Chosen, I think. It's like randomly rolling it down, you can just hit like a 4-cost Chosen at 7. It's like, okay, well, you win. What scales with Diego, guys? Any knowers? Wait, isn't this a country pivot? No, I can't farm. No, man. Like, I don't know how to do country correctly. If I do country, is this 5? I just do 3 country. 3 country seems okay. If it's like this. Damn, it's Pentakill. Wait, do I go back? It's for fun. I'm kind of down to go back. It's for fun. You playing for fun. Oh, I forgot to put in my Pentakill. Shit. Sorry, the most important thing to fucking put in, man. Question: is Shojin really good on Karthus? Can he be mana lock mid ulti? Because if he is, then you should just be doing the other one, right? Wait, I got gold. I got gold here. That's crazy. Okay, how does whatchamacallit scale? How does fucking that 1 unit scale, man? I need to go look at the around. I'm sure someone has it. Oh. Gunblade QSS Edge? Well, I was thinking more of the other guy. I gave him a Samira 2 for this fucking Tentacles pivot, by the way. This shit better be good, okay? Or else I will be very sad. Yeah, I think I want to roll, but only on stage on level 6. So I'm just waiting for the level here. Oh, interesting. Remember your roots? Isn't that just OP if you're doing vertical? Oh, I go back to emo. Holy fuck. Wait, emo with these items seem really good. Unironically. Dude, I can't just keep pivoting though, man. I'm literally pivoting every fucking round. Okay, it's this, Diego, Yorick, Olaf. Play Zach as well then here. I am telling you, I do not think this thing is balanced. This punk thing, I'm like, you just roll once every round and you have a 1 gold roll every round. I'm not even gonna put in 5 punk until later, or 5 whatever. 5 pet to kill. Do I win this? Or I think I win this. Okay, that was kind of close. That was like really close. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Oh, I need edgelords. Shit, what are? So I need 3 edgelords, 2 executioners, and Zach. No, that's asking for so fucking much, man. You guys just take this. It gives you the 2-star version of this. Oh, Kane's an edgelord. Oh shit. Okay, they only need 1. Oh, that's not that bad. Oh, I won't keep Kale. I'm definitely transitioning out of the Kale but like later. It's weird because the vertical is so, oh, this guy is just not here. It's actually bad for me because I lose gold. I wish it would tell me how much gold I got. That would be cool. Surprise, Brian gave you the name. Are they showing the script a little early? Yeah, a little bit. Like, I am owning. The DB show the gold? No. Huh? Like, is 7 Pentacle even good? I feel like 10 is OP, right? 10 is just disgusting. You have 10%, 50% damage reduction, and 100%. Like 10 is like not even a fucking. It's like the Giga high roll, right? I mean, this is definitely making it to 8, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's fine. I'm gonna lose around here, but what am I supposed to do, you know? Like, I have to play a Mosher, right? Or ideally I do. Probably just this, right? Like, what is the tank in this? Is it Mordekaiser, or is it like Zac, or is it this? What is this? I think it's not this. This is not tank. That is definitely not the tank. This would be a really good pentakill spat user, I think. Mordoric? Oh yeah. Wait, this Gnar kind of fucked. What? Wait, that Gnar has nothing. He kind of owns. So this gives me, what the fuck? Health and AP every time I kill with it. Oh. Well, I lost the very first round. This is dead. I'm just curious what I replace this with. emo EDM. Mosh this maybe. I already have mosh. I'm just replace it with this. I don't like how my tank just stopped tanking. Went over to the side, just decided, you know, fuck you, man. Oh, is there a penta? There is. Okay, I'm not getting the fact that it's on a Viego to fuck me. I also want the York. Okay, that's okay. There's no way. I need damage items, so I want this. No fucking way. Wait, is it the 10 pentakill dream? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I have 8, and then I need to see 2 more. Okay, so he gets the Death Blade. Give Death Blade some random garbage. Okay. I really need Viego. Like, I need my fucking 7th pentakill. Not Viego. I need a Karthus. I guess I just rolled a 0 every round to have a. Okay. Is this unit doing damage? Oh, it is. Wait, what's the other executioner? Is it really a Kali? Hell no, it's not a Kali. That, what does the Kali unit have? True damage. Okay. All right, what do I need for it? I need pentakills. What do I put it on? It's this for now. Should maybe be on Pentakill Alley, but I can always move it. I mean, am I going 9? Hell no, I'm just rolling right. Because I have an egg. So I need to not die in 6 rounds, man. Wait, that kind of did like a decent amount of damage. Wait, is this unit actually good? Or is this guy more just suck ass? The fuck? Quantum egg. I mean, do I need to roll now? I think. I think I just need a. Wow, this is what I wanted. I think there's more treasure out here. Fuck. Okay, how much do I have? 7 stacks? Wait, I got 2 on the first thing? That is not a good amount of stacks, man. Probably this. Yeah, I need Carthus too. I never hit any Carthuses. I lived 3 rounds at 32 HP. 2 rounds, right? That is very doable. York. I don't know how to put in York without breaking my comp. Maybe I just get rid of boozers. I mean, that's pretty good. I just need to lose 1 more and I'm good to go. Corky fucks. Yeah, that Corky does 6 rapid fire. Holy shit. 7 Spellweaver, 8-bit big shot, and 8-bit. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, it's just this stupid item is actually owning me. Like, I don't even know what to do about it. I feel like it's like an item that like doesn't have counterplay really. I I need a lot of gold. Like 1 million gold would be really nice here. On TV. Fawn. Wait. If I could get to... Wait. Wait, I just need to get something off the carousel, right? Holy fuck.
Careful. This pack's a wall. Careful. This pack's a wall.
They gotta play against this guy. I think this guy is much easier than the alternative. Alright, I just need to roll for an edge executioner. Bro. Like, I think I'm okay. Is your top damage? Oh my god. Is it execution? Yeah, but I don't really care about that. I'd rather give York Guardian for now. At least last round. This round, I'm not sure. Okay, now that Diego has items, like he's actually out. This Diego fucking. Okay, wait. Give it to me. Pentakill smat? What's it look like? What's it look like? Do I even want this, man? Why do I even take this? It's fucking useless for me, man. I was feeling like it doesn't matter. I'd rather just play this. But probably like I take it over. What is this, Mosh? Who's a Mosh? Oh, this is a Mosh. What the fuck? Who do I? It's like really hard for me to put some of the units in actually. Oh wait, I got level 10. Ah. But I can't go level 10. I'm so close to this, right? Alright, for sure I'm just playing this. These are 3 hexes? What? Oh, I did not know. I was not aware. Here you go, Olaf. Your beast. Damn, if I had a pentakill here, that would have been so sick. The stack's at 15. I can't go to 9 because I'm literally just missing more 3 to win out. Remember my ally sharing my pentakill headliner also get 200 health and 10% attack speed every unit. They drop a lot. Oh yeah, it's probably dropping a lot. But honestly, I don't mind the bruiser. It's really not that bad. 100 HP is like not that good. Any scaling reduction? Fine jazz. Lulu 3. 8 Spellweaver Lulu. Which is not a spell. Oh, she is a Spellweaver. Oh, my Carthage is insta kills though. This does not look close. This does not look very close at all. My Yorick is owning. Actually, it's not even the Carthage. Bro, I can't even slot it in, man. Oh, the jazz sounds good. Jazz sounds fucking good. Look at the items that my Yorick got. Just look at how much damage they do. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, but he did a lot. Mr. Penguin Man 42, welcome back for 20 months. Thanks for subbing. Ooh. Dude, I feel like it's so hard for me to want to play PvE though. It's like something where I'm like, I play a couple games, I'm like, damn, that felt really good. And I just don't want to play anymore. Even though like, I really want to be good at the set. It's like, PvE just doesn't feel like I'm literally fucking 15 streaking every single fucking game. And it's like, yeah, having those stakes is like, like I'm literally first every game. I'm not even trying. Easy in-house to chat. You chat to get the game. I don't know about that. My MMR server, yeah, it's a new account. People are good. That's not true. There's just MMR on PvE. Actually, a decent amount of MMR. Maybe I play one more. I think. Hmm. you know if I play anything. I mean, I can play another. I can play another for sure. I think this will be my last game of the day. Man, I'm doing some short ass streams today, but it's also because like we have a guest at the house, so I want to leave. I definitely do want to leave. Invite guests to TFT? No, it's okay. I can say it. It's not a big deal. Extra Emily flew in to do a OTV shoot, and she's flying back tomorrow. She's fucking crazy. But respect, she's awesome. I think every one of us really enjoy her company. Although I will admit, I'm not gonna lie. When I talked to her and I asked her one day, so what'd you eat today? She's like, I ate a taco, and I was like, okay. A taco. Wait, she has a global emote? That's awesome. Girl dinner, true. I just sleep recently. It was pretty bad before yesterday. And you know what I did yesterday? I'm gonna tell you what I did yesterday. I told Abe I'm sorry, and I cranked down the AC to degrees where I would pass out. And and it worked. Every game wants me to go country. I swear to fucking God. Look at this opener. Tell me this fucking opener is a country. Ooh, pentakill. Ooh, okay.
Easy on the eyes. Don't I?
Yeah, I played Disco. I actually really enjoyed Disco. Trying to hold on to emo and Spellweaver because I haven't played them much. There's EDM, there's some punk. Bro, like, it's not just this, man. Yo, listen, let's go. I might try to pivot back to is emo a reroll comp? It's gotta be, right? Because you're going for Spellweavers and emo. Yo, talent search. All your champions get a unique headliner effect. All your champions? Wait, is that good? That feels really fucking good. So he gets health, Omnivamp. Holy fuck. This looks insane. Like, what? Aren't there some headliners that are just fucking broken? I think it's a really bad 2-1 actually. So if it's only available 2-1, I could see it being balanced. Yeah, I think 2-1, it's not super good, but like later it's like really good. If I'm Bard, what is Bard again? Oh, it's the attack speed. All your current champions? Yeah, all my current champions gain headliners. And the headliners are insane for all of them. Oh, how do I even play an emo? Is it just, I feel like it's Poppy carry. And it's not Annie carry. Next reroll. What's the headliner? It's only 20%. I feel like if you're playing this, you want to go up. You want to go up, up, up. I'm not guaranteed to play country right now, but I sure as hell am gonna stay with it for a little bit at least.
Let's get to the fun part.
Any executioners? I have a monster and that's it. How was my least favorite in terms of music? Oh, not hyperpop. I like disco, I like jazz, I like hyperpop. I don't know. Hearthstone sucks. Hearthstone OP. I feel like you need to get the augment, right? Make Hearthstone really crazy. Oh, the worst song. Oh, maybe. Sorry. I that was my problem. I'm the idiot. When you're playing Samira, I'm pretty sure BS is like Last Whisper Hurricane X. Like her stuff is so crazy, man. Country crowd diver. Sorry, what's a crowd diver? Oh. I mean, no way it's just not an upgrade for now. Ain't no way it's not just insane right now. I can go cat reroll with this. They also do 1% each second. It's a 2 hex? That is, look at her auto wave from that far away. Wait, the dagger looks hilarious. Wait, I kind of like it. Wait, cat looks kind of interesting. Okay, what are the crowd divers? I feel like crowd divers actually the base. I mean, am I just re-rolling? I could, but I feel like there's another country player. Not to mention, I feel like the country isn't great for me. Like, when you're playing this, you want to kind of splash stuff, right? First impression of set 10. It's a very well produced set. They did a lot of work into this set, which is very good. Why does this guy have 6? Oh, this guy's level 4. He has 6 units. I wish I hit this guy. Because I'm going to play all 4 5 classes. Yeah, I mean, it should be. The 5 consoles are super OP. Some of the 4 or 5 consoles are insane. Like, really? This game wants me to... I don't want to play country, man. Like, don't make me play country, bro. Oh, I mean, I throw in a mosher. Throw in this. I can just throw. I'm gonna throw in another cat, man. Fuck throwing in a mosher. What? It's level 4. I slammed because I got scared. I didn't think this guy hit Nika too. Okay, no. I'm looking for something fun. These two? Oh, wow. Can I play country? Twin Terror country? Your headlight bonus is crowd diver though. Wait, what's crowd diver? Oh no, I'm gonna toss it out. It's having for now. When do I reroll? 7 for this comp? I think it's 7. Music trade you like the most so far? I don't know. Jazz, hyperpop, probably. Damn, so Double Trouble does count for your head. I grab that so. All right, so I'm playing 5 country. And I'm duplicating 3 units. Yep. Both cats get the headlight buzz? Yep, that's what talent search does. It's great. This one gives me whatever, this one gives me whatever. It's really nice. This can't be kind of appealing. Catch is very nice. The bow or catch? Bow catch? Or Negatron? Bow catch Negatron? It's Twin Terror versus Double Trouble. Is it the same thing? Oh, sorry. I didn't know there was a difference. What is the difference? Attack speed crit? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it doesn't give you defensive stats. Oh no, wait, so you're not duplicating frontline with this? Oh, interesting. Okay. You're just duplicating backline. You need 350 health, but that's it. Wow, I did not realize I didn't know there was a difference. Here goes infinite, yeah. Fuck, you kind of need execution in, but it's like impossible to fit this. It's probably better. Maybe this. My bruisers gain. This loses some health, but overall is probably a plus. Is that radiant blue buff Jack? Oh, does this guy have low mana? He has 110. Oh, never mind. Do I just keep rolling at 7? I probably do, right? Like, I really want to go 8, but like does rolling at 7 even matter? Like, it kind of does. I think you roll at 7. It's for a little bit.
Such bravado.
We are not one soul. We are many.
Okay, how do I need a lock this, right? It says I gotta throw in my unit. Oh, I don't, because I can just play it and it's just double trouble. Ah, wait a second. It's kind of lit. What if it's 3 cards? Again? That's it. How do I? Oh my god, she's fucking going crazy. You have to do this. I can't actually get rid of my rods in this comp. Put Carthus? I don't know if I want to put him on Carthus. Wait, Twin Terror is actually so good with specifically with Executioner. Because I just get stacked up a lot of stuff. I get like crit. Oh? Oh? There's no way, right? Do I even want to look at this? I mean, 8-bit. I can't even use any of these. Actually, wow. Oh no, I kind of need this. He would keep up my. Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh, does he have no mana? Oh, oh, interesting. Then he needs to resist. Oh, that I don't think these are good items to put on catch. Why is it a rear view? I don't even think this is better. I'm gonna just start it. The problem is it scales up star level, so selling this unit is kind of bad. Oh my god. I kind of do want Thresh in there. Hey, this guy came back to Radiant Blue buff. What the fuck? I did not like that there's two people with Thornmail. Yeah, this guy's 100 streaking. Spoils of War Prismatic Jeweled Lotus. What the fuck? Prismatic Ticket. He 3-starred 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unit. Oh, okay. Level 8, 2 lesser duplicators. Is that a country spat? Or an executioner spat? Or what were we dealing with here? Oh, okay, well, I didn't hit anything. But that's probably okay. In fact, that's probably better I didn't hit anything. I fucking should have made Spark. Whoops. I was the last items I had, and then I realized I had another item. Oh. This. I think now in this situation, he's great. Pretty sure I'm as spiked as I can be. He's level 9 with 50 gold. Oh my god. How much healthy is this guy? Pretty healthy. Just 600 health or something. Augments. Everyone gets a headliner. Augments are really interesting. I wish I had Hurricane on this unit. Like, this item is so useless because you get Omnivamp with Punch. Wait, actually, maybe not. Is it with Executioner? Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's okay. That guy was level 10. Yeah, I'm pretty much double trouble, but it's offensive double trouble. Like, yeah. Isn't that awful? Huh? Sometimes I mean, it was okay. It wasn't terrible, I guess. Gotta stay 8 and roll a little bit, especially because I think the Urgot 3 matters a lot in this comp. But as guys last augment, I mean, true, you're not wrong. I think I won the damage item for Urgot.
Careful, this pack's a wallop.
I'm just saying. I lost? Bro, okay, hold on a sec. Pretty sure. Oh, I'd rather put this on the right unit. I was wondering, I was like, how do my frontline die so fast? Didn't even fucking need it, by the way. I feel like I just sell these cats, right? I don't even know if I want this in. Like, it's probably just this, maybe. I probably want watching if I have this. I got 9. Dude, this guy, level 950 gold. I can't beat him. Are you serious? He's got spoils? He's got 1 combat augment and he's literally unbeatable. Huh. Oh, our headliner is so good. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, he's literally level 950 gold, man. Or Guardian. That's it. I mean, we're just fine. I think you go in here. His punk stats, 96%. Pretty good, pretty good. Is it weird that my Samira feels a little weak? I guess these items are just not that good. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm second place just through health, but like, it's like, huh? You know, like, huh? Is there a way I can beat this? Tank Samira? I just get stuck on this bramble, man. Oh. I mean, technically speaking, they get attack speed and crits. These do 500 fucking damage each, or 600 damage. Also, remember they have Ginsus as well, each of them. Doesn't fucking matter, man. 1 HP? It does matter. Oh, the other guy's winning. Uh-oh. How's this guy winning? Oh, he's got fucking this comp. That comp's pretty good. I want Yorick, man. I want 2 Yoricks or something. I mean, it is one time for Sona not to be utility at this time, right? Because she gets crit. Hopefully the... Oh, no. This guy actually won out some third. I mean, it's okay. This comp felt like I shouldn't be playing it. I think Double Trouble is way better than Twin Terrors. Twin Terrors is only good for Samira, but then worse for everything else. But I mean, it's okay. Third's fine there, I guess. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, Nano Rocket, welcome back for 8 months. Thank you so much for subbing. Done Lion P time. I'm out. Have a great night. I'm gonna hang out with my housemates. Peace. GG. I'll be back tomorrow streaming. Actually, tomorrow. Do I have anything tomorrow? I'll be back tomorrow streaming. Nothing tomorrow. Peace. Dun, dun,